Hey, welcome back. Tonight we'll spend some time with another real, true crime case. I'll go through the events slowly, so you can just listen and let the story unfold step by step. However you ended up here tonight, I'm glad you chose to press play. And if you've been listening quietly for a while, but never commented, feel free to say hello and share where you're listening from. It's always nice seeing who's here. Alright, this is episode 133. Let's get into the story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that at first looked like a simple missing person case in a quiet American town, but slowly revealed a carefully planned murder hidden behind deception, manipulation, and months of quiet preparation. In the autumn of 2003, the town of Greeley, Colorado, lived at the slow and predictable rhythm common to many mid-sized communities in the American West. Neighborhoods were quiet after sunset. Most people knew their neighbors, and violent crime was rare enough that when something unusual happened, it quickly became the center of conversation across the entire town. That sense of calm was shattered on the evening of September 17th when 32-year-old real estate assistant Megan Doyle failed to return home after work. Megan lived in a small townhouse complex only 10 minutes from the real estate office where she worked. Friends describe her as organized and careful, someone who liked routines and rarely made sudden changes to her schedule. That afternoon, she had left the office around 5:30, telling coworkers she planned to stop by the grocery store before heading home. Security cameras later confirmed she had indeed visited the store. She purchased a few everyday items, paid at the register, and left carrying 2 small bags. Nothing in her behavior suggested anything unusual. When Megan did not answer calls later, that evening her sister became concerned. Megan usually spoke with her almost every night. By the following morning, when she also failed to show up for work, the concern had grown serious enough that her family contacted local police. Officers arrived at Megan's townhouse shortly before noon. Her car sat in the driveway, and the front door was closed but unlocked. Inside the house, investigators noticed something strange almost immediately. The grocery bag sat on the kitchen counter with several items still inside them, as if Megan had only begun unpacking before being interrupted. Her purse and keys rested beside the bags, but her phone was missing. At first, there were no obvious signs of violence. Furniture looked undisturbed and nothing appeared stolen. Yet something about the silence of the house suggested that Megan had not simply stepped out voluntarily. Detectives began a full missing person investigation. Neighbors were interviewed throughout the afternoon. One neighbor recalled hearing what sounded like raised voices the night before around 6 o'clock, but had assumed it was a television or someone arguing on the phone. Another neighbor remembered seeing a dark sedan parked outside Megan's unit around the same time, though they could not identify who owned it. Police began reviewing Megan's personal life. She had no known enemies and no recent conflicts with co-workers or family members. Her financial records showed nothing unusual. The only recent change in her life had been a new acquaintance she had met through a local community event a few weeks earlier. His name was Daniel Harper. Harper was 38 years old and worked as a freelance contractor doing renovation work in the area. According to several friends, Megan had mentioned meeting him at a charity fundraiser and had spoken with him several times afterward. She described him as polite and helpful, someone who had offered advice about small repairs around her townhouse. Detectives contacted Harper and asked him to come in for a conversation. During the interview, he explained that he had indeed met Megan, but insisted their interactions had been casual. He claimed he had not seen her in several days and knew nothing about her disappearance. At first, his explanation seemed plausible, but investigators soon discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Cell phone records showed that Harper had called Megan on the afternoon she disappeared, only about 30 minutes before she left work. When confronted with that information, Harper admitted he had spoken with her, but said the conversation had only been about helping her repair a leaking faucet. He claimed Megan asked if he could stop by later in the week. Detectives continued examining evidence from Megan's home. Forensic technicians used specialized lighting to scan the floors and walls for biological traces. Near the kitchen doorway, they discovered a faint smear of blood that had been partially wiped away. The amount was small, but enough to send for testing. The blood was confirmed to belong to Megan. Investigators returned to Harper for another interview. This time, the tone of the questioning was more direct. They asked whether he had visited Megan's house that evening. Harper initially repeated his earlier statement that he had not. But detectives had already obtained surveillance footage from a traffic camera less than a mile from Megan's home. The footage showed a vehicle matching Harper's sedan driving toward her neighborhood shortly after 6 in the evening. When confronted with the footage, his story began to change. Harper admitted he had visited Megan briefly that evening, but claimed the visit had been friendly. According to his new account, he stopped by to discuss repair work and left after only a few minutes. Investigators knew the timeline did not match the physical evidence in the house. The blood trace suggested a violent struggle had occurred inside the kitchen area. They also discovered fibers on the kitchen floor that matched upholstery from Harper's car. A search warrant was issued for the vehicle. Inside the trunk, detectives discovered additional traces of blood along with cleaning supplies that appeared recently used. Laboratory analysis later confirmed the blood belonged to Megan. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide. During a third interrogation, Harper's explanations began to collapse under the weight of the evidence. Detectives methodically presented each piece of forensic data, from the blood in the kitchen to the fibers connecting his car to the scene. After hours of questioning, Harper finally admitted that he had gone to Megan's house that evening. What began as a conversation about repair work quickly turned into an argument. Investigators believe Harper had developed an unhealthy fixation on Megan and had misinterpreted her friendliness as romantic interest. When Megan rejected his advances, the confrontation escalated. According to Harper's confession, he attacked her during the argument. Realizing the severity of what he had done, he panicked and attempted to cover up the crime by removing her body from the house. He eventually led investigators to a remote field nearly 40 miles outside Greeley, where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed the details of his confession and allowed prosecutors to build a complete case. During the trial, the prosecution reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. They showed how Harper had used his acquaintance with Megan to gain access to her home, and how the violent encounter inside the kitchen ended her life. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence, the fibers linking the car to the scene, and the cleaning materials found in the trunk. The defense attempted to argue that the attack had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the steps Harper took afterward to conceal the crime and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Daniel Harper was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Next story. In the autumn of 1998, in the quiet city of Bellingham, Washington, 30-year-old school teacher Laura Whitaker followed the same routine she had maintained for years. She taught third grade at a small elementary school on the north side of the city, where students and parents knew her as patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Laura had moved to Bellingham a few years earlier after graduating from a teaching program, drawn by the calm pace of the coastal town and the strong sense of community around its schools. She lived alone in a small rented house only a few miles from the school where she worked. Most of her days were predictable and structured, beginning early in the morning with lesson planning and ending in the evening with quiet time at home grading papers or preparing activities for the next day. Because her routine was so consistent, the events of October 12th stood out immediately to those who knew her well. That evening, Laura failed to appear at a small dinner gathering she had planned with two close friends, something that had never happened before. Where her friends tried to reach her by phone, there was no answer. At first, they assumed she might still be at school finishing work or perhaps had forgotten the time. But as the hours passed and the calls continued to go unanswered, concern began to grow. The following morning, Laura also failed to appear at school. The principal, aware that she had never missed a day without notice, contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at her home late that morning and discovered something that immediately raised alarm. Laura's car was parked in the driveway exactly where it should have been, and the house appeared quiet from the outside. Inside, however, there were subtle signs that something had gone wrong. Papers were scattered across the living room floor as if someone had been interrupted while working. A chair had been knocked over near the front door, and Laura's purse was sitting on the kitchen counter along with her keys. Detectives quickly realized that Laura had likely encountered someone inside her home the previous evening. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that she may have opened the door willingly or recognized the person who came to visit. Forensic technicians began carefully collecting evidence from the house, searching for fingerprints, fibers, and any trace that might reveal what had happened. Small spots of blood were discovered near the doorway, indicating that a violent struggle had taken place. The amount was limited but significant enough to confirm that Laura had been injured before disappearing. Investigators expanded their search to the surrounding neighborhood, interviewing residents who might have seen or heard something unusual during the evening hours. One neighbor reported noticing a pickup truck parked along the street around the time Laura would have been home from school. The vehicle did not belong to anyone in the immediate area, and the driver had remained inside for some time before eventually walking toward Laura's house. The witness had not thought much of it at the time, assuming it was simply a visitor or delivery driver. But when detectives followed up on the description of the truck, they discovered that it closely resembled a vehicle owned by a man named Eric Dalton. Dalton was a former maintenance worker who had previously done repair work at Laura's school earlier that year. Investigators learned that Dalton had spoken with Laura several times during the weeks when he worked at the building. Co-workers recalled that he had shown an unusual interest in her, often lingering in the hallway to talk, even when the conversation seemed unnecessary. At the time, it had been dismissed as harmless friendliness, but after Laura disappeared, those interactions took on new significance. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he knew Laura from the school, but insisted that he had not seen her recently and had nothing to do with her disappearance. Despite his denial, investigators soon uncovered evidence that contradicted his statement. Phone records showed that Dalton had placed a call to Laura's home the evening before she vanished. When asked about the call, he claimed that he had simply wanted to ask about possible tutoring work for a relative's child, an explanation detectives found suspicious given the timing. Meanwhile, forensic analysis from the crime scene revealed a fingerprint on Laura's front door that matched Dalton's prints. Although he had previously been inside the school where Laura worked, he had no legitimate reason to have visited her home. The investigation intensified as detectives obtained a warrant to search Dalton's pickup truck. Inside, they discovered fibers that matched the carpet inside Laura's living room, as well as traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed belonged to her. Faced with this growing evidence, Dalton's story began to change. He eventually admitted that he had gone to Laura's house that evening intending to ask her out on a date. According to his statement, she rejected him and asked him to leave. The conversation turned into an argument, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Dalton confessed that during the struggle, Laura was seriously injured. Instead of seeking help, he panicked and forced her into his truck before driving away from the neighborhood. Detectives pressed him for details about where he had taken her, and he eventually led them to a remote wooded area several miles outside the city. There, hidden beneath brush and fallen branches, investigators found Laura's body. The discovery confirmed the tragic outcome that many had feared since the investigation began. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the events of that evening. Witnesses from the school testified about Dalton's interactions with Laura and his growing fixation on her. Forensic experts explained how the evidence from the house and the truck connected him directly to the crime. Phone records and the neighbor's observation of the pickup truck placed him in the area at the exact time Laura disappeared. The defense attempted to portray the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control, but the prosecution emphasized that Dalton's decision to remove Laura from her home and conceal her body demonstrated a clear effort to hide the crime. After hearing the evidence, the jury found Dalton guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a measure of closure to Laura's family, though the loss remained deeply painful for those who knew her. Students, colleagues, and members of the community remembered her as a teacher who had devoted her life to helping children learn and grow. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can become crucial pieces of a larger puzzle. A neighbor's memory of a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, and a few fibers inside a vehicle eventually revealed the truth about what had happened on that quiet October evening. Through persistent detective work and careful forensic analysis, investigators were able to reconstruct the events that led to Laura's death and ensure that the person responsible was held accountable. Next story. After the trial concluded and Eric Dalton was transferred to a state correctional facility to begin serving his life sentence, the investigation into Laura Whitaker's murder formally entered its final documentation stage. Detectives spent months compiling reports, reviewing evidence logs, and organizing the complete timeline of events that had led from a missing person call to a murder conviction. For many of the investigators involved, the case had become deeply personal because they had spent so much time reconstructing the final hours of Laura's life. Every piece of evidence, from the small blood traces near her front door to the fibers recovered from Dalton's truck, had been carefully preserved and cataloged to ensure that the prosecution's case could withstand scrutiny. The final investigative report described in detail how a routine welfare check at a quiet home had gradually revealed a violent crime hidden beneath subtle signs that might easily have been overlooked. As part of the final stage of the investigation, detectives also conducted a deeper review of Eric Dalton's history and behavior. They spoke with former employers, acquaintances, and people who had encountered him during his years working in maintenance and repair jobs throughout the region. What emerged was a pattern of instability and social isolation. Dalton often struggled to maintain steady employment, moving from job to job without forming lasting connections with coworkers. Several people described him as quiet but intense, someone who sometimes misinterpreted ordinary friendliness as personal interest. During the weeks he worked at Laura's school, staff members remembered him lingering in hallways longer than necessary and attempting to start conversations that seemed awkward or out of place. None of those moments appeared threatening at the time, but investigators later realized that Dalton had likely developed a fixation during that period. The timeline detectives constructed showed that Dalton had first noticed Laura while performing maintenance work near her classroom. Over the following days, he had deliberately chosen tasks that kept him close to that part of the building. School staff later recalled him asking questions about the teachers' schedules and occasionally watching from a distance during lunch breaks. After the maintenance project ended, Dalton no longer had a legitimate reason to be inside the school, but phone records revealed that he had begun searching public directories and local listings in an attempt to locate Laura's home address. Within a short period of time, he succeeded in finding it. The investigation showed that he had driven past the house several times during the week before the crime, apparently observing her routine and waiting for an opportunity to approach her alone. In the months after the trial, Laura's family continued working with community leaders to honor her memory in ways that reflected the life she had lived. The scholarship fund created in her name began receiving applications from students across the region who hoped to pursue careers in education. Each year, the scholarship committee reviewed essays from applicants describing why they wanted to become teachers and how they planned to contribute to their communities. For Laura's parents, reading those letters became a powerful reminder of the influence she had once had on her own students. The scholarship gradually grew as more donors contributed, ensuring that her name would remain connected to the profession she cared about most. The elementary school where Laura had taught also established a small memorial garden near the playground where she had often supervised recess. Teachers and students helped plant trees and flowers in the space, creating a quiet area where children could read or spend time outdoors during breaks. A small plaque placed near the entrance described Laura as a teacher who believed that patience and encouragement could help every child succeed. Over time, the garden became part of the daily life of the school. New students who had never met Laura still heard her story through teachers who explained why the garden existed and what it represented. For the detectives who had worked the case, the experience left lasting impressions about the importance of small observations during the early stages of an investigation. The case had begun with very little information beyond the fact that a teacher had failed to appear for work. It was the careful attention to minor details that allowed the investigation to move forward. A neighbor noticing a parked truck a fingerprint on the door frame, and a few fibers caught in the fabric of a vehicle eventually formed the foundation of the entire case. Without those details, proving what had happened inside Laura's house might have been far more difficult. The investigation became a training example for younger officers learning how to approach cases where the initial evidence is limited. In the years that followed, the community of Bellingham continued to remember the case, not only because of the crime itself, but because of the way people came together afterward. Parents, teachers, and local residents had supported the investigation from the beginning by providing information, attending community meetings, and helping search for clues during the early days of Laura's disappearance. That collective effort helped detectives piece together the timeline and maintain momentum during the investigation. It also reinforced the idea that solving crimes often requires cooperation between law enforcement and the communities they serve. Eric Dalton remained in prison, where he continued serving his life sentence without the possibility of parole. The legal process surrounding the case eventually concluded when his appeals were denied, confirming the verdict that had been reached during the trial. With the legal chapter closed, Laura's family chose to focus their attention on the scholarship program and the memorial projects that carried her name forward. Each year, when new teachers graduated from local universities, some of them supported by the scholarship, the family was reminded that Laura's influence had extended far beyond the classroom where she once taught. The story that began with a quiet October evening and a missing teacher ultimately became a lesson in persistence, careful investigation, and the enduring impact of one person's life on a community. Although the crime had brought tragedy, the response that followed showed how determination and cooperation can uncover the truth and ensure accountability. For those who knew Laura Whitaker, the most important legacy was not the investigation or the trial, but the memory of a teacher who had devoted herself to helping children learn, a commitment that continued through the lives of students and educators who carried her influence forward long after the case was solved. Next story. The conviction of Eric Dalton brought a formal end to the criminal trial. But for investigators and for the community of Bellingham, the story of Laura Whitaker did not end in the courtroom. In the weeks after the verdict, detectives continued to review every detail of the case, documenting the full timeline of events that had unfolded during the months leading up to Laura's death. Understanding how Dalton's fixation developed and how he was able to approach her without raising earlier alarm became an important part of the investigation's final phase. Police interviewed former co-workers from the maintenance company that had employed him, learning that Dalton had struggled with unstable employment and had developed a pattern of becoming unusually attached to people he met during short-term jobs. None of those earlier incidents had escalated to violence, but several colleagues described him as someone who often misinterpreted ordinary conversations as signs of deeper personal interest. Investigators reconstructed Dalton's movements during the days before the crime. Records showed that he had driven past Laura's home several times during the week before October 12th. Neighbors later recalled seeing the same pickup truck in the area on multiple evenings, though at the time no one had found the presence suspicious. Phone records revealed that Dalton had attempted to call Laura twice before the night of the attack, but had hung up before leaving a message. Detectives concluded that he had been watching her routine and waiting for an opportunity to approach her when she was alone. The evidence suggested that the visit to her house had not been a spontaneous decision, but something he had been considering for several days. Forensic specialists also completed a detailed examination of the crime scene evidence. The blood traces near the doorway indicated that the initial struggle had happened almost immediately after Laura opened the door. The position of the overturned chair and the scattered papers suggested that she had attempted to defend herself and move toward the interior of the house. Investigators believe that Dalton forced his way inside and attacked her during that brief confrontation. The amount of blood at the scene was limited, which explained why he had been able to move her out of the house without leaving an obvious trail that neighbors might have noticed. The analysis of fibers and soil samples taken from Dalton's truck helped confirm the route he had taken after leaving the neighborhood. Those samples matched soil from the wooded location where Laura's body was eventually discovered. As the investigation closed, Laura's colleagues at the elementary school struggled to process the loss. Students who had been in her classroom during that school year were old enough to remember her kindness and the calm way she had approached teaching. Counselors were brought into the school to help children understand what had happened in a way that was appropriate for their age. Parents organized a memorial gathering at the school playground where Laura had often supervised recess. Teachers described how she had spent hours creating creative lessons and activities for her students, often bringing extra supplies with her own money to make sure every child could participate. Laura's family chose to create a scholarship fund in her name for students who planned to become teachers. The fund was supported by contributions from the local community and from educators across the state who had heard about the case. Each year, the scholarship was awarded to a student pursuing a career in elementary education, a tribute meant to continue the work Laura had loved. For her parents and siblings, the scholarship became a way to keep her memory connected to the purpose she had dedicated her life to. The case also led local law enforcement agencies to review how reports of suspicious behavior around schools and neighborhoods were handled. Detectives noted that several small details about Dalton's behavior had existed before the crime, but had never been reported because they seemed insignificant at the time. By encouraging earlier reporting of unusual interactions or repeated appearances by unfamiliar individuals, police hoped to prevent similar situations in the future. Community meetings were held where officers spoke with residents about recognizing warning signs and sharing information when something seemed out of place. Years later, the case of Laura Whitaker remained one of the most remembered investigations in Bellingham. For the detectives who worked on it, the case served as an example of how small pieces of evidence can gradually build a clear picture of events. A neighbor noticing a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, a few fibers in a vehicle, and a pattern of phone calls were all fragments that eventually connected to reveal the full story. Each detail alone might have seemed minor, but together they formed a chain that could not be ignored. For Laura's family, the passing years did not erase the loss, but the knowledge that the truth had been uncovered brought some measure of peace. They continued to attend the annual scholarship ceremony and speak with new students entering the teaching profession. Through those gatherings, they kept alive the memory of a teacher who had once spent her days helping children learn to read and discover the world around them. Though her life had been cut short, the community that knew her chose to remember the patience and dedication she brought to her classroom rather than the violence that ended her life. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance ultimately demonstrated the persistence required to solve crimes that begin with uncertainty and very little information. From the moment police first stepped into her quiet home and noticed the small signs that something was wrong, every step of the process required careful observation and determination. Through patient work and the cooperation of witnesses, forensic experts, and investigators, the events of that October evening were reconstructed piece by piece until the truth could finally be presented in court. The story remained a lasting reminder that justice often depends on the willingness to examine even the smallest details and follow them wherever they lead. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the Church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared in a place designed for safety, about a man who understood systems better than people, and about a crime that unfolded quietly inside institutions meant to protect the vulnerable. This is a story about trust misplaced, about authority abused, and about how evil can operate for years behind locked doors without ever raising suspicion. This is the true story of Larry Nassar. For decades, Larry Nassar lived a life that appeared disciplined, respectable, and devoted to helping others. He was a doctor, a husband, and a father. He worked with elite athletes, young gymnasts whose lives revolve around training, pain tolerance, and trust in authority. Parents saw him as a guardian of their children's health. Coaches relied on him. Institutions elevated him. No one imagined that behind closed doors, that trust was being systematically violated. Larry Nassar began working with gymnasts while they were still children. Many were barely teenagers when they first encountered him. He presented himself as gentle, knowledgeable, and caring. He explained procedures in medical language that sounded complex but reassuring. He positioned parents nearby, creating the illusion of transparency. He normalized discomfort. He framed pain as treatment. For years, young athletes felt confusion they could not name. They were told what was happening was necessary. They were told it was medical. They were told this was how recovery worked. Many felt uneasy, violated, and ashamed, but they trusted the adults around them. They trusted the institutions that had placed this man in a position of authority. Larry Nassar understood that silence was his greatest ally. He exploited the culture of obedience in elite sports, where questioning authority is discouraged and pain is normalized. He exploited parents who believed doctors over children. He exploited systems that valued medals, funding, and reputation over discomfort and doubt. Complaints were made. They were ignored, dismissed, or misunderstood. Some girls were told they were mistaken. Others were told the procedures were legitimate. Reports disappeared into bureaucratic silence. Each failure reinforced Nassar's confidence that he was untouchable. For nearly 2 decades, the abuse continued. It was not until 2016 that the truth finally began to break through. A group of survivors came forward publicly describing experiences that were strikingly similar. The details matched. The language matched. The patterns were undeniable. What had once been isolated whispers became a chorus that could no longer be ignored. Investigations revealed that Nassar had abused hundreds of girls and young women across multiple institutions, including USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University. Internal documents showed missed opportunities to stop him years earlier. Warnings had been received, red flags had been raised, and yet the system had protected itself instead. When Larry Nassar was arrested, the image of him shifted instantly. The calm doctor became a defendant. The respected professional became exposed. But even then, the full weight of his crimes was not yet understood. During sentencing, something extraordinary happened. Survivors were given the opportunity to speak. One by one, they stepped forward. Some were nervous. Some were composed. Some were shaking. They described how Nassar's actions had followed them into adulthood, shaping their relationships, their sense of safety, and their trust in authority. They spoke about confusion, guilt, and the burden of silence. They spoke not only for themselves, but for those who were still afraid to come forward. Larry Nassar listened. At times, he looked down. At times, he appeared unmoved. When he finally spoke, his words were hollow, technical, and insufficient. The contrast between his detached tone and the emotional weight of the testimonies only deepened the sense of betrayal. In 2018, Larry Nassar was sentenced to multiple life sentences in prison. But the case did not end there. Institutions were forced to confront their failures. Lawsuits followed. Leadership resigned. Policies were rewritten. The public reckoning extended beyond one man to the systems that had enabled him. The survivors had not only exposed a predator, but a culture that had allowed him to operate unchecked. What makes this story especially disturbing is how long it took to unfold. Not because evidence was unavailable, but because it was inconvenient. The truth existed quietly, waiting for enough voices to make ignoring it impossible. Larry Nassar did not rely on secrecy alone. He relied on credibility, on credentials, on the assumption that authority deserves trust. And for years, that assumption protected him more effectively than any lock or thread ever could. The survivors who came forward changed that. Their courage reshaped how institutions respond to abuse. Their voices forced accountability where silence had once lived. Their stories transformed pain into exposure. This case stands as a reminder that evil does not always look violent or chaotic. Sometimes it looks professional. Sometimes it wears a lab coat. Sometimes it hides in routine, protected by reputation and fear. And sometimes the most powerful act is not survival alone, but speaking when the system expects silence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared to be the perfect husband, the perfect father, and the perfect neighbor. A man whose social media showed smiling photos, loving captions, and a quiet suburban life. And how, behind that carefully constructed image, he committed one of the most chilling family murders in modern American history. In August 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Shannon and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked stable. Chris worked as an oil field operator. Shannon was active on social media, documenting their family life in detail. Their home was neat, modern, and located in a quiet neighborhood filled with families just like theirs. But behind the scenes, the marriage was collapsing. Chris had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The relationship wasn't casual. It was intense, emotional, and consuming. Chris started imagining a life without his wife, without his children, and without the responsibilities he felt were trapping him. He didn't want a divorce. He didn't want shared custody. He wanted a clean slate. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip just after 1:45 a.m. She was 15 weeks pregnant. The house was quiet. The girls were asleep upstairs. Chris was waiting. What happened next would later be pieced together through digital evidence, phone records, security footage, and Chris's own shifting confessions. Sometime in the early morning hours, Chris killed Shannon. He later claimed they had an emotional conversation about separation, but evidence showed no sign of a prolonged argument. There were no defensive wounds, no signs of struggle. Shannon was strangled in their bed. After killing his wife, Chris turned his attention to his daughters. Bella and Celeste were still alive. Chris later admitted that he smothered them one by one. Bella, the older child, fought back. She asked him if he was going to do the same thing to her that he had done to her mother. Those words would haunt investigators long after the case was closed. By sunrise, his entire family was dead. Chris loaded their bodies into his truck. He placed Shannon face down on the floor, wrapped in a sheet. He placed his daughter's bodies in the back seat. He then drove nearly an hour to an oil site owned by his employer, a location he had specifically chosen ahead of time. At the site, he buried Shannon in a shallow grave. Then he placed Bella and Celeste separately into two massive oil storage tanks, forcing their bodies through small openings designed for equipment, not people. He sealed the tanks and left for work as if nothing had happened. By mid-morning, Shannon's friend became concerned when she couldn't reach her. Shannon was punctual, communicative, and dependable. She missed appointments. She stopped responding to messages. Her friend contacted the police for a welfare check before Chris even returned home from work. When officers arrived, Chris appeared calm. Too calm. He told them Shannon had taken the girls to a friend's house after an argument. He said he didn't know where she went. But inside the house, everything was still there. Her car, her purse, her phone, her medications. Nothing suggested a planned departure. The cracks formed immediately. Security footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning and loading items into it. Phone records showed he had been texting his mistress during and after the murders. His behavior during media interviews was unsettling. He smiled. He avoided emotion. He asked for his family's safe return while knowing exactly where their bodies were. Within days, investigators confronted him with the inconsistencies. Chris broke. First, he claimed Shannon had killed the children, and he killed her in rage. That story collapsed under scrutiny. Forensic evidence contradicted it. The autopsies told a different story. Finally, Chris confessed to killing all three. The truth was worse than anyone expected. Investigators discovered the burial site. They recovered Shannon's body. Extracting the children from the oil tanks was one of the most disturbing recovery operations many responders had ever experienced. The oil had damaged their skin. The scene was traumatic even for seasoned professionals. Chris Watts was charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, including the unlawful termination of a pregnancy. The motive was painfully simple. He wanted a new life. He wanted freedom. He wanted to erase his responsibilities instead of facing them. In November 2018, Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences. He was transferred to a prison in Wisconsin for his own safety, where he remains incarcerated. The Watts case shook the public not because of complexity, but because of familiarity. This wasn't a drifter. This wasn't a stranger. This was a husband, a father, a man who tucked his children into bed and killed them hours later. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a driven woman, and a loving friend. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, affectionate children who trusted their father completely. Their lives were reduced to a cautionary tale about how violence can exist behind the most ordinary doors. The case serves as a reminder that appearances mean nothing, that people can live double lives in plain sight, and that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone trusts the most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who moved through California like a ghost, a man who watched homes long before stepping inside them, a man who left entire neighborhoods sleeping with lights on for years. For decades, he seemed to vanish after every attack, dissolving into the suburbs as if the land itself protected him. His crimes haunted the state, earned him multiple nicknames, and terrified investigators who could never quite catch up to him. This is the true story of the Golden State Killer, a predator who hid in plain sight while living a quiet, ordinary life no one ever suspected. The story begins in the early 1970s in a peaceful area east of Sacramento. Back then, the neighborhoods were quiet, predictable, stable. Families moved there because it felt safe. There were no major fears, no major crime waves, nothing to suggest danger. Houses were built close together, separated by fences and narrow walkways. Children rode bikes in the streets. People left windows open on cool nights, and residents believed nothing truly bad could happen in such a comfortable place. Then someone began slipping through those neighborhoods like a shadow. He moved silently, cutting through yards, slipping over fences, studying routines. He broke into homes when people were away, learning the layout, memorizing exits, understanding exactly how long it would take for someone to react. When he finally attacked, it was clear he had been preparing. He knew where people slept. He knew where they kept their phones. He knew the blind spots. This was not random. It was calculated. At first, police thought the break-ins were connected to a desperate opportunist with no real plan. They were wrong. The attacks escalated quickly. Homes were targeted for specific reasons. Victims were watched for days before anything happened. The man moved with confidence, striking in one neighborhood, then another, then another. Residents began hearing strange noises at night, footsteps on gravel, whispers of movement in backyards. Dogs barked at empty air. People started locking windows for the first time. He became known as the East Area Rapist, a name whispered on local news stations with growing fear. The pattern was impossible to ignore. He attacked couples. He separated them. He controlled them. And after he left, nothing felt safe anymore. Entire communities held town meetings begging police for protection. Stores ran out of locks. People bought floodlights and alarm systems. Officers patrolled streets through the night, looking for someone who never seemed to appear when watched. Then, as suddenly as he started, the attacker vanished from the Sacramento area. Police hoped he had been arrested for another crime or fled the state completely. But months later, a new string of terrifying attacks began hundreds of miles south in Contra Costa County. The method was the same. The planning was the same. The chilling calmness was identical. They realized he had simply moved, adapting to new landscapes with the same cold precision. By the 1980s, the attacks suddenly changed again. New crimes in Southern California showed a sophistication no one expected. This offender no longer left people alive. Detectives connected scenes from Irvine, Ventura, Goleta, Dana Point. The violence escalated. The brutality intensified. At first, investigators thought they were dealing with an entirely different killer. But subtle forensic details matched the earlier crimes. The community gave him a new name, one that reflected the fear spreading across the state: the original Night Stalker. Years passed, then decades. The attacks stopped in 1986. The man simply disappeared from the record. People moved, rebuilt, tried to forget. But the case files remained open. The detectives who once chased him retired. New detectives studied the same files again and again, hoping for something the previous generation missed. Technology improved. DNA databases expanded. But the identity of the killer remained unknown for more than 30 years. During these decades of silence, the man responsible lived a startlingly ordinary life. He bought groceries. He went to work. He raised a family. He blended into everyday routines so well that even those closest to him had no idea he carried a history that once paralyzed an entire state with fear. This was the part no one could accept. The predator who terrorized California had hidden inside a perfectly normal shell. Everything changed in the late 2010s when genealogical DNA techniques emerged. Cold case analysts uploaded genetic material from the crime scenes into public genealogy databases to look for distant relatives. The results pointed toward a single family with deep roots in California. From there, investigators built a family tree, tracing it branch by branch until one name stood out: Joseph James D'Angelo, a former police officer who had worked in the same regions where the attacks began. Detectives quietly followed him, collecting discarded items to compare with the old crime scene DNA. A tissue, an object from his trash, a sample from his car door handle. When the results came back, there was no doubt left. It was him. In April 2018, officers surrounded a small suburban home in Citrus Heights. D'Angelo stepped outside, wearing a calm expression, as though he had expected nothing more than a normal day. It was a strange moment for the detectives who had studied the case their entire careers. The figure standing in the driveway was older, thinner, grayer, But behind that aging exterior was the same man who once prowled through the night like a predator studying its hunting grounds. The arrest stunned the nation. For decades, people believed the Golden State Killer would never be caught. Many of the original detectives had passed away, carrying the frustration of an unsolved case to their graves. Families of victims had lived entire lifetimes without answers. And now, in a quiet Northern California neighborhood, the ghost they had chased for so long was suddenly flesh and blood, standing handcuffed beside a patrol car. Prosecutors assembled a massive case. D'Angelo eventually admitted to multiple murders and dozens of assaults. Courtrooms were filled with survivors who spoke about the fear that followed them for decades. Through it all, the man who once terrorized California remained mostly silent, staring ahead with an expression that revealed nothing. In 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes the Golden State Killer story so haunting is not just the scale of his crimes, but the longevity of his anonymity. He had slipped past countless patrols, blended into multiple cities, changed his hunting grounds, and left investigators with nothing but frustration. He lived in the same state where he committed his crimes, shopped in the same stores as his victims, walked in the same neighborhoods he once stalked. The truth is that some people build entire identities around appearing normal. They participate in everyday life, smile for photographs, pay taxes, and make plans. They hide the darkest parts of themselves underneath layers of routine. And for years, nobody sees the truth until a single piece of evidence unveils everything hiding beneath the surface. The story of the Golden State Killer is a reminder that even decades of silence cannot erase what happened, and justice can arrive even when it seems impossible. It shows how much dedication, technology, and persistence it takes to unmask someone who spent a lifetime pretending to be harmless. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal in the most intimate form, about a man who used charm as a weapon, and about how trust can become the deadliest vulnerability of all. In the affluent suburbs of Connecticut during the 1980s, a successful airline pilot seemed to have everything: a beautiful home, a thriving career, and the respect of his community. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and appeared to be living the American dream. But Richard Crafts was hiding a dark secret, and when his wife finally decided to leave him, he would commit a crime so calculated it would change forensic investigation forever. This is the story of Richard Crafts, the wood chipper incident. In November 1986, his wife Hella, a flight attendant, disappeared after telling friends she planned to divorce Richard and had gathered evidence of his infidelity. Richard claimed she had left for Denmark to visit family, but investigators became suspicious. What they eventually discovered was that Richard had ended his wife's life, then used a commercial wood chipper to destroy her body, scattering the remains across a frozen riverbank. His conviction in 1989 became the first successful prosecution in Connecticut history without an intact body, revolutionizing how cases could be prosecuted. Richard Bunnell Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937, in New York. His childhood appeared stable on the surface, with a middle-class upbringing and adequate resources. He was intelligent and performed well academically, showing particular aptitude for technical subjects and planning. He pursued aviation and became a commercial airline pilot, a prestigious career that required discipline and attention to detail. Richard married Helen Nielsen in 1969. Hella was a beautiful Danish woman who worked as a flight attendant for Pan Am. They had 3 children and lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful couple living a comfortable suburban life. Richard was respected in his profession and appeared to be a devoted family man. But the marriage was troubled beneath the surface. Richard was controlling and emotionally distant. He monitored Hella's activities and became angry when she showed independence. He had affairs, but became enraged when he suspected Hella of any disloyalty. The relationship was marked by his need for absolute control over every aspect of their lives. By 1986, Hella had had enough. She consulted a divorce attorney and began gathering evidence of Richard's infidelity, including receipts and documentation that would support her case. She told friends and family that she was leaving Richard and feared how he might react. She made it clear that if anything happened to her, Richard should be the primary suspect. These statements would later prove crucial to the investigation. On November 18th, 1986, during a snowstorm, Helle had disappeared. Richard told people she had gone to Denmark to visit her sick mother. He produced what appeared to be letters and communications from Helle explaining her absence. But Helle's friends and family did not believe these explanations. Helle would never abandon her children. They insisted, and the communications did not sound like her. Police began investigating, and suspicions centered on Richard from the beginning. His story had inconsistencies, and his behavior seemed wrong for someone whose wife had suddenly left. He showed little emotion or concern about Helle's absence. He was making plans to sell their house and reorganize his life unusually quickly for someone expecting his wife to return. Investigators discovered that Richard had rented a large commercial wood chipper in the days following Helle's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing him operating the machine near the Housatonic River during the snowstorm, unusual activity for that time and weather. He had also purchased new bedding and had cleaned the house extensively. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began painstaking forensic work. They examined the wood chipper Richard had rented and found tiny fragments of human tissue, bone, and hair inside. They searched the riverbank where witnesses had seen him operating the machine and found minute pieces of human remains, teeth, bone fragments, and other evidence scattered across a wide area. The forensic investigation was groundbreaking. Scientists examined hundreds of tiny fragments, piecing together evidence that would prove what had happened to Helle. They found a tooth cap that Helle's dentist identified as matching her dental work. They found fingernail fragments with polish matching the brand Helle used. They found bone pieces that, when analyzed, were consistent with Helle's medical history, including old injuries. The case against Richard was built on these fragments and on the circumstantial evidence of his actions after Helle's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that Richard had ended Helle's life in their home, likely while she slept, then dismembered her body and used the wood chipper to destroy the remains, scattering them along the riverbank where they would be difficult to find and identify. Richard's first trial in 1988 ended in a hung jury. One juror could not accept that the tiny fragments constituted sufficient proof. But prosecutors tried him again, and in 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted. The jury accepted that the accumulation of forensic evidence, combined with Richard's suspicious behavior and the circumstances of Helle's disappearance, proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had ended his wife's life. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Throughout both trials, Richard showed little emotion and maintained that Helle had simply left and the evidence against him was coincidental or misinterpreted. He never confessed and never showed remorse for what had happened to the mother of his children. Richard Crafts was released from prison in 2020 after serving over 30 years. He was 82 years old when freed, an elderly man who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. His release sparked outrage from Helle's family and friends, who felt justice had not been fully served. The Crafts case became famous in forensic science and legal circles as a landmark prosecution. It demonstrated that cases could be successfully tried even without an intact body, as long as sufficient physical evidence could be gathered and presented. The painstaking forensic work involved in identifying tiny fragments scattered across a wide area became a model for future investigations. Helle Crafts' family never recovered from her loss. Her children grew up without their mother, knowing their father had taken her from them. They had to process not just the loss, but the horrific manner of it, knowing that Richard had tried to erase every trace of Helle's existence. The case stands as a reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us, that domestic relationships can become deadly when control and possession override love and respect. Richard Crafts could not accept that Helle would leave him, and rather than let her go, he chose to destroy her completely, believing his careful planning would allow him to escape justice. The tiny fragments of evidence he could not eliminate became the proof that brought him down, demonstrating that even the most calculated crimes leave traces that determined investigators can find. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, soft-spoken, and dependable, a man whose life looked calm and orderly from the outside, but who was quietly drifting toward a decision that would erase his entire family in a single morning. This is a true crime story about denial, pressure, and how someone can convince themselves that escape is easier than truth until the weight of reality finally collapses everything. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a quiet suburban neighborhood where days blended into each other. He worked in the oil industry, a steady job that paid the bills. He was known as polite, reserved, and non-confrontational. Neighbors described him as the kind of man who waved, smiled, and kept to himself. He was married to Shannon Watts, a strong-willed and energetic woman who was active on social media, documenting their life, their home, and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked busy but happy. Inside the house, things were far more complicated. The marriage had become strained. Financial stress lingered beneath the surface, even as Shannon tried to maintain a positive image. Chris felt increasingly small inside his own life. He avoided conflict, rarely expressed anger, and instead swallowed frustration until it turned inward. Rather than confronting problems, he detached emotionally, retreating into silence. Then Chris began an affair. The relationship offered him something he had not felt in years, a sense of attention, freedom, and a future that did not involve responsibility. As the affair deepened, his existing life began to feel like a trap. Instead of seeing two paths, one difficult and one honest, he began imagining only one way out. By the summer of 2018, Shannon was pregnant with their third child. Rather than grounding him, the pregnancy intensified his panic. The life he secretly wanted now felt completely unreachable, and instead of ending the affair or telling the truth, Chris began constructing something far darker in his mind. A future where he could erase the past entirely. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. Security footage later showed her entering the house quietly, unaware that it would be the last time she ever walked through that door. Inside, nothing appeared out of place. The neighborhood was silent. The house went dark. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would unravel one of the most disturbing family murder cases in recent memory. By morning, Shannon and the children were gone. Chris reported them missing later that day, standing on his front lawn, giving interviews, his voice calm, his hands steady. He pleaded for their safe return, speaking as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. His behavior did not match panic. His words felt rehearsed. His emotions seemed hollow. Investigators began working quickly. Surveillance footage showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, something he rarely did. Neighbors mentioned unusual behavior. Friends noted that Shannon would never leave without contacting someone. The image of a spontaneous disappearance collapsed almost immediately. Within days, police brought Chris in for questioning. At first, he denied everything. Then, under pressure, he shifted blame, claiming Shannon had harmed the children and that he had reacted in rage. But the story did not hold. The details were inconsistent. The timeline made no sense. Eventually, the truth emerged. Chris Watts had murdered his pregnant wife. He then killed his two young daughters, Bella and Celeste, after they briefly regained consciousness in the car as he drove to a remote oil site where he worked. There, he disposed of their bodies in oil tanks, hiding them in a place he believed would erase them completely. The calm planning of the crime contrasted sharply with the innocence of the victims. When confronted with evidence, Chris confessed fully. There was no dramatic breakdown, no emotional explosion, just quiet admission. He spoke of his actions with disturbing detachment, explaining steps rather than expressing remorse. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. In court, the families of the victims spoke not in rage, but in grief and disbelief. struggling to understand how someone so seemingly ordinary could commit such irreversible acts. This story is chilling because it is not about violence born from chaos. It is about avoidance. It shows how silence can be more dangerous than anger, how fear of confrontation can metastasize into something catastrophic, how someone can live inches away from honesty and still choose destruction instead. Chris West did not snap in a moment. He decided, and that decision erased 4 lives, leaving behind a story that continues to haunt not because it is loud, but because it is quiet, controlled, and terrifyingly human. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, supportive, and grieving, and about how that appearance slowly collapsed under the weight of evidence, timing, and truth. This is a true crime story about deception, patience, and how a single lie repeated long enough can almost convince the world. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife, Lacey Peterson. They were newly married and expecting their first child, a baby boy they planned to name Connor. To friends and family, Scott appeared attentive and polite, while Lacey was warm, outgoing, and deeply excited about becoming a mother. She decorated the nursery, planned holidays, and spoke often about the future. From the outside, their life looked settled and hopeful. But beneath that surface, Scott was living a separate emotional life. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun an affair with another woman. During this relationship, he told her that his wife had died and that he was experiencing his first holiday season without her. This lie was spoken weeks before Lacey went missing. It revealed something crucial, not just infidelity, but premeditation of a future without his wife. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Lacey vanished. Scott told police that Lacey had planned to walk the dog and that when he returned from a fishing trip, she was gone. The dog was later found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Inside the house, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of struggle. No note. No clear direction. The case immediately drew massive attention. Search teams, volunteers, and law enforcement combed the area. Posters with Lacey's face appeared across California. Scott gave interviews standing outside his home asking for his wife's return. His voice sounded controlled, measured, almost rehearsed. Many people sympathized with him, believing he was a husband trapped in uncertainty. But investigators noticed troubling details. Scott's fishing trip on Christmas Eve stood out. He claimed he decided to fish at the Berkeley Marina hours away on a cold, foggy day. He said it was spontaneous. Yet police later found evidence that he had researched tidal movements and purchased a fishing license shortly before. Concrete anchors were discovered, one of which was used while others were missing. As the investigation deepened, Scott's behavior raised alarms. He continued calling his mistress, pretending Lacey was already dead, even as search efforts continued publicly. Phone records placed him near the marina at critical times. Witness sightings of a pregnant woman walking a dog conflicted with Scott's timeline. Each piece alone was small, but together they formed a pattern. In April 2003, the bodies of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son washed ashore near the same marina where Scott said he had gone fishing. The discovery shifted the case dramatically. Forensic evidence showed the remains had been in the water for months. The location matched prosecutors' theory that Scott had disposed of Lacey's body in the bay weighted down to sink. Scott Peterson was arrested shortly after. At trial, the prosecution did not rely on a single piece of evidence. Instead, they built a timeline of lies, behavior, and opportunity. They showed Scott's affair as false statements, his suspicious movements, and his lack of genuine concern. The defense argued there was no direct evidence linking him to the murder and suggested Lacey was abducted by others. The jury deliberated carefully. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, which was later overturned and converted to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lacey Peterson was remembered as loving, optimistic, and deeply connected to her family. She trusted her husband and looked forward to motherhood. Connor became a symbol of innocence, lost before life could begin. This case remains chilling because Scott Peterson never appeared violent or unstable. He remained calm even as everything unraveled. His crime was not fueled by rage, but by calculation and a desire to maintain control over the narrative. It is a story that reminds us that guilt does not always shout. Sometimes it whispers calmly to cameras, smiles slightly, and waits for doubt to grow. But time, evidence, and truth have a way of speaking louder than any lie told softly enough. Next story. I'm going to tell you about a man who wore a police uniform, who carried a badge issued by one of the most recognized law enforcement agencies in the world, and who used that badge not only as identification, but as a shield. His name was Wayne Couzens, and for years he worked as a serving officer within London's Metropolitan Police Service, assigned at one point to a unit responsible for diplomatic protection. On the surface, he was another uniformed presence on the streets of the United Kingdom, a man entrusted with authority, trained in procedure, and empowered to detain citizens when necessary. Beneath that authority, however, was a pattern of behavior that would ultimately lead to one of the most widely discussed criminal cases in modern British history. Wayne Couzens was born in 1972 in Kent, England. Before joining the Metropolitan Police, he worked in various security-related roles, including positions within other police forces. By 2018, he had become a firearms officer within the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. This role involved guarding embassies and government buildings, and it carried both status and responsibility. Colleagues described him as quiet and unremarkable, someone who blended into the background rather than stood out. There were no public indications that he would become the subject of national outrage. On the evening of March 3, 2021, Sarah Everard, a 33-year-old marketing executive, left a friend's house in Clapham, South London, and began walking home. It was a familiar route along well-lit main roads. Surveillance cameras later captured her moving calmly along the pavement. At approximately 9:30 p.m., she encountered Wayne Couzens. He was off-duty but carrying his police warrant card. Using the authority of his position, he falsely arrested her under the pretense of enforcing COVID-19 lockdown regulations, which were in place at the time. Witnesses later reported seeing a woman standing beside a car with hazard lights flashing, speaking to a man who appeared to be conducting an arrest. Because he presented himself as a police officer, the situation did not immediately raise alarm. Sarah Everard was placed into Couzens' vehicle. In the days that followed, her disappearance triggered a large-scale missing persons investigation. The Metropolitan Police reviewed CCTV footage across South London, tracing her last known movements. Video evidence eventually showed Couzens' rented car traveling from London toward Kent. Automatic number plate recognition systems identified the vehicle's route. Detectives began focusing on the registered driver. On March 9, 2021, Wayne Couzens was arrested at his home in Kent. Search teams later discovered Sarah Everard's remains in woodland near Ashford, Kent. Forensic analysis linked the crime scene and the vehicle to Couzens. Digital data, including phone records and surveillance footage, established a detailed timeline. Evidence showed premeditation, including the rental of the vehicle and steps taken to conceal his actions. In July 2021, Wayne Couzens pleaded guilty to kidnapping, rape, and murder. During sentencing, the court described his conduct as a grave abuse of power. He was given a whole life order, meaning he will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole, one of the most severe penalties available under UK law. The case had national consequences beyond the courtroom. Public trust in policing was shaken, particularly among women who expressed fear about personal safety and concerns about misuse of authority. Vigils held in Sarah Everard's memory drew thousands. Independent reviews were launched into police vetting procedures, internal misconduct reporting, and institutional culture. Questions emerged regarding earlier allegations of inappropriate behavior that had not resulted in decisive action. Investigations revealed that Couzens had previously been accused of indecent exposure, though those incidents had not prevented his continued service. The case prompted renewed examination of how complaints against officers are handled and how warning signs are assessed within law enforcement institutions. Today, Wayne Couzens remains incarcerated under a whole life sentence. His case stands as a documented example of how authority can be weaponized when oversight fails and warning signs are not fully addressed. It demonstrated how technology, such as CCTV networks, vehicle tracking systems, and digital forensics, can reconstruct movements with precision, and it led to structural reviews within British policing. Sarah Everard's death became more than a single criminal case. It became a catalyst for national discussion about safety, accountability, and institutional responsibility. The events of that evening in March 2021 unfolded on ordinary streets under streetlights and traffic cameras, in a setting that appeared routine. The crime was not hidden in isolation, but occurred within plain sight, shielded by the appearance of lawful authority until careful investigation exposed what had truly happened. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, dependable, and devoted, and about how that image slowly collapsed as the truth surfaced piece by piece. This is a true crime story about deception in plain sight, and how a pregnancy meant to bring a family closer instead revealed a carefully hidden betrayal. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife, Lacey Peterson. They had been married for several years and were expecting their first child, a baby boy they planned to name Connor. To neighbors, Scott was polite, soft-spoken, and helpful. Lacey was described as warm, social, and excited about becoming a mother. In public, there were smiles, routines, and holiday plans. Privately, something was already broken. Scott was having an affair. He had told another woman, Amber Fry, that he was a widower and that this would be his first holiday season without his wife. He said this weeks before Lacey disappeared. While Lacey was preparing the nursery and imagining life with a newborn, Scott was already rehearsing a version of himself without her in it. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott told police he had gone fishing at the Berkeley Marina. He said Lacey had been home walking the dog when he left. When he returned, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and phone were still inside the house. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash on. Lacey was 8 months pregnant. The disappearance drew immediate attention. Volunteers searched neighborhoods, fields, and waterways. Media crews gathered outside the Peterson home. Scott spoke to reporters asking for Lacey's return, but his words felt distant, rehearsed, and oddly detached. As days passed, investigators focused closely on his movements that morning. The fishing trip raised questions. Scott claimed he decided to go fishing on Christmas Eve at the last minute. He had purchased a fishing license only days earlier. Witnesses at the marina remembered seeing him alone. No one recalled seeing him fish for long. Tides, currents, and timing began to matter as investigators mapped out what could have happened in the bay. When police uncovered Scott's affair, the narrative shifted. Amber Fry came forward publicly after realizing the missing pregnant woman was Scott's wife. Not an ex-recorded phone calls revealed Scott lying calmly while standing among vigils held for Lacey. He spoke of freedom and new beginnings while his wife was still missing. In April 2003, remains were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay. The bodies of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son Connor had surfaced miles from where Scott said he was fishing. Medical examiners confirmed their identities. The discovery ended hope and marked the beginning of accountability. Scott Peterson was arrested days later. Prosecutors argued that Scott had planned the murder, carefully choosing the bay because currents would disperse evidence. They presented evidence of homemade anchors, weight calculations, and internet searches. They showed how Scott sold Lacey's car and discussed selling their home before she was found. They highlighted his emotional detachment and the lies told effortlessly. The defense argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murders. They suggested burglars in the neighborhood may have been responsible. They questioned witness timelines and forensic limits. But the jury focused on patterns rather than a single moment. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, later commuted to life in prison without parole. The verdict reflected not just physical evidence, but the story his actions told over time. Lacey Peterson became a symbol of lost trust and interrupted life. Friends remembered her kindness, energy, and anticipation for motherhood. Connor was remembered as a child who never had a chance to be held. Their story resonated because it exposed how betrayal can exist quietly inside ordinary routines. This case remains chilling because nothing about Scott Peterson appeared outwardly dangerous. There were no public arguments, no history of violence, no visible breakdown. Just a man who chose erasure over honesty and believed control could replace conscience. It is a reminder that some crimes are not born from rage, but from avoidance. That the desire to escape responsibility can become deadly. And that the truth, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of rising to the surface. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Christchurch, New Zealand, a man who fixed televisions for a living, who spent his evenings inside a small, cluttered house, and who rarely attracted attention from anyone around him. His name was David Bain, and for years he existed on the margins of social life, someone who blended easily into the background of a city that moved calmly around him. He lived with his parents and siblings in a modest home on every street, a narrow residential road lined with ordinary houses and trimmed lawns. From the outside, the Bain household looked unremarkable. There were no visible signs that inside those walls, tensions had been building slowly over time, tensions that would eventually explode into one of the most controversial and deeply examined murder cases in New Zealand's history. David Bain was born in 1972 and grew up as the oldest son in a family of 6. His father, Robin Bain, was a former schoolteacher who had struggled professionally and financially. His mother, Margaret Bain, worked part-time and managed the household. David had 3 younger siblings, Arawa, Stephen, and Laniet. Over the years, the family experienced financial hardship. Robin had difficulty maintaining steady employment, and the family home itself had fallen into poor condition. Friends and visitors later described it as cluttered, dirty, and deteriorating, reflecting the stress and instability within the family. Despite these difficulties, David attempted to move forward with his life. He enrolled in university, but struggled academically. He later returned home and began working part-time repairing televisions. His routine became predictable. He lived quietly, spoke little, and kept mostly to himself. To neighbors, the family was unusual, but not alarming. There were no loud arguments heard outside the home, no visible signs of violence, just a family living in relative isolation. On the morning of June 20th, 1994, everything changed. David Bain called emergency services shortly after 7 a.m. His voice was calm but urgent. He told the dispatcher that his entire family was dead. Police arrived at the Every Street house minutes later. Inside, they discovered a scene that would shock investigators and haunt the country for decades. 5 members of the Bain family had been shot to death. Robin Bain, Margaret Bain, and 3 of their children, Arawa, Stephen, and Laniet, were all found inside the home. Each had suffered fatal gunshot wounds. David Bain was the only survivor. He told police that he had been out on his usual early morning paper route when the murders occurred. He explained that he returned home to find his family dead and immediately called for help. Investigators began examining the crime scene carefully. They documented every detail, every piece of physical evidence, every possible timeline. The weapon used in the killings was a .22 caliber rifle belonging to Robin Bain. It was found inside the house. Investigators examined fingerprints, blood spatter patterns, and the positions of the bodies. Each room told part of the story, but reconstructing the exact sequence of events proved extremely complex. In Robin Bain's room, investigators discovered something that immediately drew attention, a message typed on the family computer. It read, "Sorry, you're the only one who deserved to stay." This message became the center of intense scrutiny. The question investigators faced was simple but deeply complicated. Had Robin Bain killed his family and then himself, leaving David alive intentionally? Or had David Bain killed his family and staged the scene to appear as if his father were responsible? David Bain became the primary suspect. Investigators examined the timeline carefully. They analyzed the paper route he claimed to have been completing. They examined whether he could have committed the murders before leaving or after returning. They studied blood evidence found on his clothing. They examined gunshot residue. They analyzed the position of the rifle and the typed message. In 1995, David Bain was arrested and charged with 5 counts of murder. The trial began in 1995 and became one of the most closely watched legal proceedings in New Zealand's history. Prosecutors argued that David had both motive and opportunity. They presented forensic evidence suggesting his involvement. They argued that the computer message was staged to create the appearance of a murder-suicide. David Bain maintained his innocence. The jury ultimately found him guilty on all 5 counts. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. For the next 13 years, David Bain remained in prison. During that time, his supporters continued advocating for his innocence. They raised questions about the forensic evidence, about investigative procedures, and about alternative explanations. The case became the subject of national debate. Legal experts, journalists, and independent investigators examined the evidence in extraordinary detail. In 2007, the Privy Council in London, New Zealand's highest court of appeal at the time, reviewed the case. After examining the evidence, they ruled that significant questions existed regarding the safety of the original conviction. They ordered a retrial. David Bain was released on bail in 2007 after spending 13 years in prison. The retrial began in 2009. This time, the defense presented a detailed alternative theory. They argued that Robin Bain, the father, had committed the murders and then taken his own life. They presented evidence of Robin's mental state, financial stress, and personal struggles. They questioned the interpretation of forensic evidence used in the original trial. The prosecution again presented their case, arguing that David had both the opportunity and the physical evidence connecting him to the crime. After weeks of testimony, forensic analysis, and legal argument, the jury reached a verdict. David Bain was found not guilty on all charges. He walked out of court a free man after 13 years in prison. To this day, the Bain family murders remain one of the most debated criminal cases in New Zealand's history. Some investigators continue to believe David was responsible. Others believe Robin committed the murders. The evidence has been examined repeatedly, but the truth remains contested in public opinion. What makes this case especially significant is not only the violence itself, but the years of uncertainty that followed. It demonstrated how forensic evidence can be interpreted in different ways, how legal systems can revisit earlier conclusions, and how the search for truth can extend across decades. The house on every street eventually became just another address in Christchurch. The physical evidence was archived. The legal proceedings ended. But the questions raised by that morning in June 1994 continue to exist in the minds of investigators, legal experts, and the public, a reminder that some cases do not end cleanly, but remain suspended between competing explanations, shaped by evidence, interpretation, and the passage of time. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a disappearance that fooled investigators, reporters, and an entire country for years. A case where a husband appeared endlessly cooperative, gave interviews, helped organize searches, and convinced nearly everyone that his pregnant wife had vanished without a trace, until the investigation slowly revealed that the story he told could never have happened the way he claimed. On Christmas Eve in 2002, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson disappeared from her home in Modesto, California. She was 8 months pregnant with her first child, a boy she and her husband Scott planned to name Connor. The timing alone made the case instantly emotional. A young expectant mother missing during the holidays drew national attention within days. Scott Peterson told police that he had left home that morning to go fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina, nearly 90 miles away. He said Lacey planned to spend the day walking their dog and preparing for Christmas dinner. When he returned that evening and found the house empty, he reported her missing. At first, the situation appeared tragic but unclear. There were no signs of forced entry. Lacey's purse and keys were still inside the home. The family dog had been found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Search efforts began immediately. Volunteers covered parks, fields, and waterways. Scott stood beside Lacey's family during press conferences, speaking calmly and thanking the public for support. Television networks followed the case daily. The image presented was of a worried husband enduring unimaginable uncertainty. But detectives quickly began noticing inconsistencies. Scott had told investigators he decided to go fishing that morning almost spontaneously. Yet records showed he had purchased a fishing license days earlier. He also claimed to be fishing for sturgeon, despite using equipment inconsistent with that type of fishing. Small details began raising quiet suspicion. Then investigators discovered something else. Scott Peterson had been involved in an ongoing extramarital relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. When questioned, Scott initially denied the affair. Amber later contacted police herself after realizing the man she was dating was the husband of a missing pregnant woman dominating national headlines. Recorded phone conversations between Scott and Amber became central evidence. In one call made while search teams were actively looking for Lacey, Scott claimed he was traveling in Europe, despite actually standing near a candlelight vigil held for his missing wife. For investigators, the deception mattered. Attention shifted toward Scott's movements on December 24th. His trip to the Berkeley Marina placed him near San Francisco Bay. Months later, in April 2003, the bodies of a late-term male fetus and an adult female washed ashore along the Bay coastline, not far from where Scott said he had gone fishing. Autopsies confirmed the remains were Connor and Lacey Peterson. The discovery transformed the case from disappearance to homicide investigation. Prosecutors argued that Scott murdered Lacey at home, transported her body in his truck, and disposed of her in the bay during his fishing trip. They presented evidence, including homemade concrete anchors believed to have been used to weigh down the body, inconsistencies in Scott's statements, and forensic findings from his vehicle and boat. The defense argued there was no direct physical proof showing exactly when or how Lacey died. They suggested alternative theories involving abduction or unknown perpetrators. The trial became one of the most watched criminal proceedings in modern American history. Jurors heard months of testimony detailing timelines, financial motives, behavioral analysis, and Scott's actions after Lacey disappeared. Prosecutors emphasized his lack of urgency, continued lies, and preparations suggesting he intended to live a new life free from impending fatherhood. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey's death and second-degree murder for the death of their unborn son. He was sentenced to death in 2005. Years later, appeals challenged aspects of jury selection and sentencing procedures. In 2020, California Supreme Court overturned the death penalty sentence due to procedural issues but upheld the murder convictions. Scott Peterson was resentenced to life imprisonment without parole in 2021. For Lacey Peterson's family, the verdict confirmed what many had come to believe during the investigation, that the person who publicly searched for her had known from the beginning she would never come home. The case permanently changed media coverage of missing persons investigations. It demonstrated how public appearances and calm behavior can mask deception, and how investigators increasingly rely on behavioral patterns alongside forensic evidence. Lacey Peterson was 27 years old. She was preparing to become a mother within weeks. Her disappearance began as a nationwide search filled with hope and ended as one of the most recognized solved homicide cases in American history. A Christmas Eve morning that appeared ordinary became the starting point of a carefully constructed lie, one that held for only a short time before evidence, persistence, and investigation revealed what had truly happened behind the closed doors of a quiet suburban home. The first time police stepped into the tidy brick home in Adelaide's northern suburbs, nothing about it looked like the center of one of Australia's most disturbing murder investigations. The lawn was trimmed. The curtains were drawn neatly. Family photos still sat on shelves. It looked like a place where birthdays had been celebrated and school mornings rushed through. But beneath the surface of that ordinary house, a quiet, calculated plan had already unfolded. This is the story of Mark Rust. In 2009, 43-year-old Diane Rust was found dead in her home in Parafield Gardens, South Australia. She was a mother, described by friends as kind and steady. Her marriage to Mark Rust had been strained. Financial pressure, emotional distance, and conflict had slowly eroded the relationship. By the time of her death, the marriage was effectively over in all but paperwork. On the morning of April 14th, 2009, emergency services received a call reporting Diane unresponsive. Paramedics arrived and quickly realized this was not a medical emergency. It was a violent death. She had been stabbed multiple times in her own home. There were no signs of forced entry. That detail immediately narrowed the field. Mark Rust told police he had discovered his wife and was devastated. He cooperated. He answered questions. He expressed shock. But detectives are trained to listen beyond the words and study the timeline. Mark's account had gaps. Phone records did not align cleanly with his version of events. Neighbors reported unusual behavior in the days before the murder. Investigators began looking into the couple's financial situation. There were life insurance policies. There were debts. There were discussions about separation that could have significant financial consequences for Mark. The deeper police dug, the more the image shifted from spontaneous tragedy to deliberate planning. Evidence emerged that Mark had researched poisons and methods of killing online prior to Diane's death. Computer forensic experts recovered search histories that suggested premeditation. There were inquiries about undetectable substances and fatal dosages. But the stabbing scene did not initially match poisoning research. That contradiction became central. Prosecutors later argued that Mark had considered multiple methods before ultimately deciding on a staged attack that would appear sudden and chaotic. The crime scene, however, did not fully support a struggle with an intruder. Blood patterns indicated controlled movement within the house. There were no defensive injuries suggesting a surprise assault by a stranger bursting in. Then came witness testimony. Friends revealed that Diane had expressed fear about her safety in the weeks before her death. She had told people she felt increasingly uneasy. She was reportedly planning steps toward independence. For prosecutors, this painted a picture of motive. The trial laid out a methodical narrative. Mark Rust, facing financial and personal collapse, decided to eliminate the obstacle he believed stood in the way of a fresh start. The prosecution presented digital evidence, financial records, forensic analysis, and inconsistencies in Mark's statements. They argued the murder was not an emotional explosion, but a calculated act. The defense maintained there was no direct eyewitness, no confession, and no single piece of evidence that proved beyond doubt that Mark wielded the knife. They emphasized the circumstantial nature of much of the case. But juries often look at patterns, not isolated fragments. In 2011, Mark Rust was found guilty of murdering his wife. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a non-parole period. What makes this case powerful for storytelling is not spectacle. It is subtlety. There was no masked intruder, no dramatic chase, no public confrontation, just the slow unraveling of a marriage behind closed doors and the transformation of private resentment into irreversible violence. The house in Parafield Gardens eventually changed occupants. The street returned to its routine quiet. But for Diane's family, the loss was permanent. A mother gone, a trust broken at the deepest level. This case stands as a reminder that the most dangerous conflicts are sometimes the ones that build quietly over time. Investigators did not solve it through a dramatic breakthrough. They solved it through patience, digital forensics, financial tracing, and careful reconstruction of a domestic timeline. It was not flashy. It was not immediate, but it was methodical. And in the end, a jury listened to the evidence and decided that what happened inside that ordinary suburban home was not a mystery. It was murder. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story that unfolded in Toronto, Canada, a city known for its diversity, busy streets, and neighborhoods where cultures overlap and blend together. It is a case that remained hidden for years, despite missing persons reports, community concerns, and quiet warnings that something was wrong. When it finally broke open in 2018, it became one of the largest and most complex homicide investigations in Canadian history. This is the story of Bruce McArthur. For decades, Bruce McArthur lived what appeared to be an ordinary life. Born in 1951, he worked as a landscaper. He was known in parts of Toronto's LGBTQ plus community. He had once been married and had children. After his marriage ended, he lived alone and supported himself through his landscaping business, often taking seasonal jobs and working on private properties. He was not someone who immediately stood out as dangerous. Beginning in 2010, men began disappearing from Toronto's gay village and surrounding areas. Many were immigrants or refugees. Some were older. Some struggled with stable housing or were estranged from family. A few were active on dating apps and online platforms. Their disappearances did not initially appear connected. Families reported loved ones missing. Community members expressed concern. Police investigated individual cases, but there was no immediate public confirmation of a serial offender. Among the missing were men such as Skandaraj Navratnam, Abdulbasir Faizi, Majid Kayan, and Sarush Mahmoodi. Each disappearance carried its own details, its own timeline. But over time, patterns began to emerge. Several of the men had last been seen near the same areas. Some had used dating apps. Some had been in contact with Bruce MacArthur. In 2017, Toronto police reopened earlier missing persons cases and formed a task force known as Project Prism. They began re-examining digital data, phone records, and witness statements with fresh attention. Investigators identified Bruce MacArthur as a person of interest. They conducted surveillance. They monitored his movements. They tracked his online activity. In January 2018, police arrested MacArthur and charged him with the murders of two men, Andrew Kinsman and Salim Eason. But the investigation did not stop there. Police obtained a warrant to search a property where MacArthur had been doing landscaping work. It was a house in the Leaside neighborhood of Toronto, where he had access to a backyard and garden area. During their search, investigators made a discovery that changed the scale of the case. In large planters on the property, officers found human remains. As forensic teams carefully excavated the site, they recovered remains belonging to multiple victims. Over time, the number of confirmed victims rose to 8. The identified victims were Skandaraj Navratnam, Abdulbasir Faizi, Majid Kayan, Sarush Mahmoodi, Dean Lisoik, Salim Eason, Andrew Kinsman, and Karushna Kumar Kanagaratnam. Investigators determined that MacArthur had met many of the men through dating apps or social spaces. He would invite them to private locations, often his apartment or properties where he worked. Evidence showed that he killed them and dismembered their bodies. He then concealed the remains in planters and landscaping areas connected to his work. Digital evidence played a crucial role in solving the case. Police recovered images stored on MacArthur's computer. Some of the photographs showed victims posed in his apartment. Metadata from these files helped establish timelines. GPS and cell phone records connected him to specific individuals shortly before their disappearances. In February 2019, Bruce MacArthur pleaded guilty to 8 counts of first-degree murder. During sentencing, the court described the crimes as deliberate and predatory. The judge noted the vulnerability of the victims and the prolonged period over which the murders occurred. MacArthur was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years, the maximum sentence available under Canadian law for first-degree murder. The case had far-reaching consequences beyond the courtroom. It sparked intense scrutiny of how missing persons cases were handled, particularly involving marginalized communities. Members of Toronto's LGBTQ+ community had previously warned police about a possible serial killer, but those concerns had not resulted in immediate large-scale action. After MacArthur's arrest, internal reviews and public discussions examined whether systemic biases had delayed recognition of the pattern. Toronto police conducted an independent review of the investigation process. Community trust had been damaged, and rebuilding it required transparency and reform. What makes this case particularly chilling is how long it continued undetected. MacArthur lived openly in the city. He worked in residential neighborhoods. He interacted with clients and community members. Meanwhile, victims were disappearing quietly, often with limited media coverage. The physical concealment of remains within ordinary backyard planters underscores the unsettling reality of how crimes can exist in everyday spaces without immediate detection. Today, Bruce MacArthur remains incarcerated. The neighborhoods where he worked continue with daily life. The properties where remains were found have been restored. But for the families of the 8 men, the loss is permanent. This is a solved case, reconstructed through digital forensics, surveillance, excavation, and confession. It stands as one of Canada's most significant modern homicide investigations and serves as a reminder of the importance of listening to community concerns, recognizing patterns across cases, and ensuring that every missing person report is treated with urgency and seriousness, regardless of background or circumstance. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in the small village of Rothbury in Northumberland, England, a place of rolling green hills, narrow country roads, and stone houses that had stood for generations. It was the kind of village where neighbors recognized each other's cars, where news traveled quickly, and where serious violence felt distant and unlikely. The man's name was Raoul Moat, and in the summer of 2010, his name would become known across the entire United Kingdom. Raoul Moat was born in 1973. He worked as a nightclub bouncer and had a history of violent behavior. Over the years, he accumulated convictions for assault and domestic violence. He had a volatile temper and a reputation for intimidation. Relationships in his life often ended in conflict. By 2010, he had served a short prison sentence for assaulting a child. While incarcerated, he became increasingly resentful, particularly toward his former partner, Samantha Stobbart. Moat believed Samantha had formed a relationship with a police officer. Whether that belief was accurate or not became almost irrelevant compared to the intensity of his anger. While in prison, he made statements to fellow inmates about revenge. He blamed the police for his imprisonment. He blamed Samantha for what he saw as betrayal. Those resentments did not fade upon his release. On July 1st, 2010, Raoul Moat was released from Durham Prison. Within hours, he set his plan in motion. Late that evening, Moat drove to a house in the town of Bertley, where Samantha Stobbart was staying. Inside the house were Samantha and her new partner, Chris Brown. Moat approached the property carrying a shotgun. He fired through a window. Chris Brown was struck and fatally wounded. Samantha was shot and seriously injured but survived. The attack was sudden and violent. Neighbors heard the blast and called emergency services. Police arrived to find a chaotic scene. Chris Brown was pronounced dead. Samantha was rushed to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Moat fled. Northumbria police launched a manhunt immediately. They understood that Moat was armed and extremely dangerous. Within days, he targeted law enforcement directly. On July 4th, 2010, Moat encountered PC David Rathband, a traffic officer, sitting in his patrol car in Newcastle. Without warning, Moat approached and shot him through the windshield at close range. David Rathband survived, but was blinded. The attack on a uniformed officer escalated the situation nationally. The manhunt intensified. Armed police units were deployed. Roads were blocked. The public was warned not to approach Moat under any circumstances. Moat sent messages to media outlets and to police expressing hatred toward law enforcement. He portrayed himself as at war with the police. His statements revealed a mindset driven by grievance and a belief that he had been wronged by institutions and individuals alike. For nearly a week, Moat evaded capture. He moved through rural Northumberland, an area filled with forests, rivers, and open countryside. Police helicopters scanned the terrain. Armed response units searched farms, barns, and abandoned buildings. The scale of the operation was one of the largest in modern British policing at that time. On July 9, 2010, Moat was located near the River Coquette in Rothbury. Officers surrounded the area. Negotiators attempted to communicate with him. The standoff lasted for hours. Media coverage was continuous. The nation watched as events unfolded live. Moat appeared agitated and unstable. He held a shotgun and moved unpredictably. Negotiators tried to calm him, urging him to surrender. Friends and family members were brought in to speak with him, hoping personal connections might break through his hostility. As night fell, the standoff reached its conclusion. In the early hours of July 10th, Raoul Moat shot himself. Paramedics attempted resuscitation, but he was pronounced dead shortly afterward. The case left lasting consequences. Samantha Staubert survived her injuries but endured physical and emotional trauma. PC David Rathband faced the devastating impact of blindness. Despite efforts to rebuild his life, he struggled profoundly and later died in 2012 in what was ruled suicide. Public inquiries examined police procedures, media coverage, and how warning signs have been handled. Questions were raised about Moat's threats before his release from prison and whether more could have been done to assess his risk. The case also fueled debate about firearms control, domestic violence intervention, and monitoring of individuals with histories of violent behavior. The village of Rothbury eventually returned to quiet normality. The river continued flowing past its banks. Tourists returned, but the events of that July week in 2010 remained embedded in local memory. What makes this story particularly unsettling is how quickly violence escalated from personal grievance to public terror. A man with a history of aggression moved from resentment to action within hours of release, targeting not only individuals he blamed but also representatives of the state itself. The manhunt unfolded across peaceful countryside, transforming familiar landscapes into the setting of a national crisis. Raoul Moat's name became synonymous in the UK with a week of fear, pursuit, and tragedy, a reminder of how unresolved anger and untreated instability can erupt into violence that reaches far beyond its original target, affecting communities, institutions, and lives long after the final shot was fired. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy South Carolina family whose name carried influence for generations, about a series of deaths that at first seemed unrelated, and about how one man's carefully constructed image slowly collapsed under the weight of his own lies. This is the true story of Alex Murdaugh. For nearly a century, the Murdaugh family held power in South Carolina's Low Country. 3 generations served as solicitors, powerful prosecutors overseeing multiple counties. The family name was synonymous with authority. Judges knew it. Law enforcement respected it. People in the community grew up hearing it. Alex Murdaugh inherited not just wealth and property, but expectation. He became a personal injury attorney, working at the family law firm. He moved comfortably through legal circles. He understood procedure. He understood influence. And for years, he maintained the image of a successful Southern lawyer. Boating, hunting, attending social events, living in a large estate known as Moselle. Behind that image, however, financial instability was growing. Alex had developed a severe opioid addiction. He was stealing money, not small amounts, but millions from clients and from his own firm. He manipulated settlements. He created fake bank accounts. He moved funds through complex channels, often using his knowledge of legal systems to avoid immediate detection. But the unraveling did not begin with financial crimes. It began with tragedy. On February 24th, 2019, a boat owned by the Murdaugh family crashed in the early morning darkness. Paul Murdaugh, Alex's younger son, was allegedly driving. The crash killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. The accident drew intense public scrutiny. Lawsuits followed. Questions about influence and privilege surfaced quickly. Some in the community believed the Murdaugh name had shielded consequences in the past. The civil case placed financial pressure on Alex and his family, demanding transparency about assets. 2 years later, on June 7th, 2021, another tragedy struck. At approximately 10 p.m., Alex called 911 from the Moselle property. He reported that he had found his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, shot near the dog kennels on the estate. The scene was brutal. Paul had been shot at close range with a shotgun. Maggie had been shot multiple times with a rifle. The weapons were not immediately recovered. When law enforcement arrived, Alex appeared emotional but controlled. His clothing was clean. His timeline was specific. He told officers he had been visiting his mother and returned to find the bodies. In the early hours, Investigators treated Alex as a grieving husband and father, but inconsistencies emerged. Cell phone data showed that minutes before the estimated time of death, Paul had recorded a short video at the kennels. In that video, voices could be heard in the background. Experts later analyzed the audio. They concluded that Alex's voice was present in the recording, placing him at the kennels shortly before the murders, contradicting his initial statement to investigators that he had not been there. That detail would later become central. The investigation expanded quietly at first. Gunshot residue patterns, trajectory analysis, vehicle data from Alex's SUV, step counts recorded by smartphones. Forensic experts reconstructed movement minute by minute. Maggie's phone showed orientation changes. Paul's phone locked permanently at a specific time. Alex's phone activity spiked in the narrow window after the killings, showing rapid movement and calls. Meanwhile, financial investigators uncovered the depth of Alex's embezzlement. Millions of dollars stolen, clients defrauded, law partners deceived. The day before the murders, his firm had confronted him about missing funds. The pressure was immense. Prosecutors later argued that Alex killed Maggie and Paul to create sympathy, to distract from financial crimes, and to buy time. In their theory, the murders shifted the narrative away from scrutiny of his theft. In September 2021, Alex himself was shot on a rural roadside. Initially described as an attempted murder, the story quickly unraveled. He admitted to arranging the shooting so that his surviving son, Buster, could collect life insurance money. The image of victim collapsed. Arrests followed, first for financial crimes, then for the murders of Maggie and Paul. The trial began in early 2023 and stretched over weeks. The courtroom became a detailed examination of digital evidence. Cell phone experts testified about orientation sensors and step tracking. Vehicle data specialists explained how onboard systems recorded acceleration and door openings. Prosecutors displayed call logs second by second. The kennel video was played repeatedly. Jurors listened to the background voices. Friends and family testified that the voice belonged to Alex. On the stand, Alex admitted to lying to investigators about his whereabouts. He said paranoia from opioid addiction caused him to mistrust law enforcement. He denied committing the murders. The prosecution emphasized opportunity, motive, and the false alibi. They argued that only someone familiar with the property could move between locations so efficiently. They pointed to the narrow time window and the lack of forced entry. The defense challenged forensic assumptions. They questioned timelines. They argued that suspicion based on financial crimes did not equate to proof of murder. For weeks, jurors absorbed complex data, step counts, phone battery percentages, car ignition times, call durations. Ultimately, the jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. Alex Murdaugh was found guilty of murdering Maggie and Paul. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. After sentencing, he continued to face trials and convictions for financial crimes, resulting in additional decades of imprisonment. What makes this case linger is not only the violence, but the collapse of legacy. A family name that once commanded courtrooms now appears in transcripts documenting deception and homicide. The investigation was not built on eyewitnesses. It was built on technology. Tiny digital breadcrumbs left behind in the span of minutes. A short kennel video recorded casually by a son who did not know it would become the most important piece of evidence. And a man who understood the legal system better than most, yet could not outpace the quiet precision of modern forensic reconstruction. Maggie and Paul Murdaugh died on their own property on a summer night. The legal dynasty that once defined a region ended not with ceremony, but with a verdict read in a quiet courtroom. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, two people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max? suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beauty queen who was found dead in her own home on Christmas night, about a 6-year-old girl whose case became one of America's most infamous unsolved mysteries, and about how a family tragedy turned into decades of speculation, false accusations, and heartbreak that continues to this day. On December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey called 911 in Boulder, Colorado, claiming she found a ransom note saying her 6-year-old daughter JonBenet had been kidnapped. The note was lengthy, nearly 3 pages long, demanding $118,000 for JonBenet's safe return. The amount was oddly specific and happened to be almost exactly the amount of John Ramsey's recent bonus from his company. Police arrived at the Ramsey home and began treating it as a kidnapping case. But the situation was strange from the beginning. The ransom note was written on paper from a notepad inside the Ramsey home, using a pen that was also from the house. The note was unusually long for a ransom demand and contained phrases that seemed theatrical and unlike typical ransom notes. John Ramsey, JonBenet's father, and several friends searched the house while police secured the scene. Hours after the initial 911 call, John Ramsey went down to the basement and made a horrifying discovery. JonBenet's body was lying on the floor of a small storage room. She had duct tape over her mouth, a cord around her neck, and her wrists were loosely tied. John immediately picked up his daughter and carried her upstairs, inadvertently contaminating the crime scene. The medical examiner determined that JonBenet had died from strangulation and had also suffered a severe blow to her head. There was evidence suggesting she may have been sexually assaulted. The brutality of the crime against such a young child shocked investigators and the nation. The case immediately became a media sensation, partly because of JonBenet's involvement in child beauty pageants. Photos and videos of the little girl dressed in elaborate costumes, wearing makeup, and performing on stage were broadcast nationally. Some people were disturbed by the pageant culture and wondered if it had somehow contributed to what happened. Others simply couldn't look away from the tragic story of a beautiful child found dead in her own home. As police investigated, they focused heavily on JonBenet's family. The Boulder Police Department believed someone in the household was responsible for her death. The ransom note, written from inside the home, seemed staged. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing was actually stolen from the house. The oddly specific ransom amount matching John's bonus seemed too coincidental. Investigators theorized that something had happened in the home that night, possibly an accident or a moment of rage, and that the ransom note had been written to cover it up and make it look like an intruder had taken JonBenet. Patsy Ramsey became a particular focus because handwriting experts said she could not be eliminated as the author of the ransom note. The Ramsey family maintained their innocence from the beginning. They insisted an intruder had entered their home while they slept, attacked JonBenet, and left the ransom note. They pointed out that there was DNA evidence found on JonBenet's clothing that didn't match any family member. They hired lawyers and investigators to help clear their names. Public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed the family was involved and had orchestrated an elaborate cover-up. Others believed an intruder theory made more sense and that the family was being unfairly targeted. The media coverage was relentless, with every detail of the case analyzed and debated endlessly on television and in newspapers. JonBenet's 9-year-old brother Burke was also scrutinized, with some theories suggesting he might have accidentally hurt his sister and the parents covered it up. Burke was interviewed by investigators but was never charged with anything. Years later, he would sue multiple media outlets for defamation over theories that implicated him. The investigation was plagued with problems from the start. The crime scene had been contaminated when John moved JonBenet's body and when friends were allowed to walk through the house. Evidence collection was not handled properly in some instances. The Boulder Police Department had limited experience with homicide cases and made mistakes that would later be criticized. In 1999, a grand jury heard evidence in the case and voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death and being accessories to a crime. However, the district attorney at the time decided there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute and declined to sign the indictment. This decision wasn't publicly known until years later. In 2003, a federal judge reviewing the case concluded that the evidence was more consistent with an intruder theory than with family involvement. New DNA testing technology had become available, and additional testing continued to find DNA from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. In 2006, a man named John Markar confessed to ending JonBenet's life and was arrested in Thailand. The case seemed solved until DNA testing proved Carr could not have been the perpetrator. His DNA didn't match the evidence, and his confession was filled with details that were provably false. He was released, and the case remained unsolved. Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer in 2006, just months before Carr's false confession. She never saw her name officially cleared, though in 2008, the Boulder District Attorney publicly apologized to the Ramsey family, stating that new DNA evidence had convinced prosecutors the family was not involved. The apology was based on advanced DNA testing that found genetic material from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. John Ramsey has spent decades trying to clear his family's name and push for continued investigation of the case. He believes an intruder was responsible and that police made up their minds too early that the family was involved, causing them to miss other leads and suspects. Burke Ramsey has largely stayed out of the public eye, but gave a rare interview in 2016 where he maintained his family had nothing to do with his sister's death. He has filed multiple lawsuits against media personalities and production companies who suggested he was involved. The case remains officially unsolved. The Boulder Police Department says it continues to investigate and follows up on tips and new technology. In recent years, there have been calls to use genealogical DNA databases, similar to what solved other cold cases, to try to identify the unknown male whose DNA was found on JonBenet. JonBenet Ramsey would have been in her 30s today. Instead, her life ended at age 6 in the basement of her own home on Christmas night. Whether she was taken by an intruder or harmed by someone she knew, the truth remains elusive nearly 3 decades later. Her case became a symbol of media sensationalism, flawed investigation, and a lasting pain of unsolved tragedy. A little girl in a tiara became one of America's most famous victims, but justice for JonBenet remains frustratingly out of reach. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who traded lives for luxury, about a con artist who turned marriage into a deadly business, and about how charm and deception became weapons in the hands of someone who saw people as nothing more than bank accounts. In the early 1900s, a woman named Belle Sorensen Gunnes was placing advertisements in Norwegian-language newspapers across the Midwest. The ads described her as a wealthy widow with a prosperous farm in LaPorte, Indiana, seeking a good man to share her life and fortunes. Men responded from across the country. many of them lonely Norwegian immigrants who had saved money and dreamed of finding companionship and security. They would arrive at Belle's farm with their life savings, expecting courtship and possibly marriage. But these men were never seen again, and Belle's wealth continued to grow with each new suitor who disappeared. This is the story of Belle Gunness, one of America's most prolific female criminals. Between 1884 and 1908, she is believed to have ended the lives of over 40 people, including 2 husbands, several of her own children, and numerous suitors who came to her farm. She would poison, strike, or harm her victims, then bury their dismembered bodies around her property. Her crimes were discovered when her farmhouse burned down in 1908, and investigators found human remains buried throughout the grounds. Whether Belle herself perished in that fire or escaped with her fortune remains one of America's enduring mysteries. Belle Paulsdatter Storseth was born on November 11th, 1859, in Selbu, Norway. She grew up in a poor farming family and immigrated to America in 1881, part of the wave of Norwegians seeking better opportunities. She was a large, physically strong woman who stood nearly 6 feet tall and was capable of heavy farm work that many women of her era could not perform. Belle settled in Chicago and married Mads Sorensen in 1884. They opened a confectionery shop, but it mysteriously burned down, allowing Belle to collect insurance money. They used the insurance payout to buy a house, which also burned under suspicious circumstances, resulting in another insurance payment. Belle seemed to have extraordinarily bad luck with fires that always resulted in financial benefit. Belle and Mads had 4 children, though 2 passed away in infancy from what were described as acute colitis. The symptoms were consistent with poisoning, though no one suspected foul play at the time. In 1900, on a day when 2 different life insurance policies on Mads overlapped, he passed away suddenly. The doctor initially suspected poisoning and considered an examination, but Belle convinced him that Mads had a heart condition. She collected from both insurance policies and became a wealthy widow. In 1901, Belle purchased a large farm in La Porte, Indiana. The property had a substantial house, outbuildings, and plenty of land. She presented herself as a successful farmer and widow looking to build a new life. In 1902, she married Peter Gunness, a widower with 2 daughters. Just 8 months later, Peter passed away when a heavy piece of farm equipment fell on his head. Belle claimed it was an accident, though people whispered about the convenient timing and the insurance money she received. Now twice widowed with insurance money and property, Belle began her deadly scheme in earnest. She started placing personal advertisements in Norwegian-language newspapers across the Midwest, describing herself as a wealthy widow with a prosperous farm seeking a husband. The ad specifically mentioned her financial assets and property, attracting men who were interested in economic security as well as companionship. Men responded to her advertisements from Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and other states. They would correspond with Belle, and she would eventually invite them to visit her farm. She instructed them to bring their savings and to tell no one where they were going, claiming she valued privacy and wanted to avoid gossip in her small community. These men would arrive at the farm with their life savings, sometimes thousands of dollars in cash. Belle would welcome them warmly, and for a short time, they would believe they had found the partnership they sought. But soon after their arrival, they would disappear. Belle would tell anyone who asked that the man had decided not to stay, or had gone traveling, or that things had not worked out between them. She would keep their money and belongings, and their bodies would be buried somewhere on her large property. Belle's method varied by victim. Some she poisoned with strychnine. Others she struck with heavy objects while they slept, then dismembered the bodies to make burial easier. She was physically strong enough to handle this grim work herself, having grown up doing farm labor and being larger and stronger than most women of her era. Her helper on the farm was Ray Lamphere, a handyman who may have been romantically involved with Belle. Ray helped with farm work and possibly knew about her crimes, though he later claimed ignorance. Their relationship deteriorated in early 1908, and Belle had Ray arrested for trespassing when he kept returning to the property. In April 1908, Belle visited a lawyer in town to make out a will. She also told him she feared Ray Lamphere might harm her or burn down her house in revenge for having him arrested. This statement would later seem extremely suspicious, as it conveniently established a scapegoat for what was about to happen. On April 28, 1908, Bell's farmhouse burned to the ground during the night. Firefighters found 4 bodies in the ruins: 3 children and a headless adult woman assumed to be Bell based on size and location. Ray Lamphere was immediately arrested for arson, but as investigators examined the burned property, they began finding human remains buried throughout the grounds. Bodies were discovered in the hog pen, in the garden, under outbuildings, and in various locations around the property. The discoveries continued for weeks, eventually revealing remains of at least 14 victims, though some were so decomposed that exact counts were difficult. The headless female body found in the house raised questions. It was significantly smaller than Bell, who was nearly 6 feet tall and heavy. The missing head made identification impossible. Some investigators believed Bell had staged her own passing by placing another woman's body in the house and setting the fire, allowing her to escape with the substantial money she had accumulated. Ray Lamphere was convicted of arson but acquitted of causing deaths, as prosecutors could not prove he knew anyone was inside. He was sentenced to prison where he passed away in 1909. Before his passing, he allegedly told a fellow inmate that he had helped Bell fake her passing and that she had escaped with money. Reported sightings of Bell Gunness came from various locations for years afterward, but none were ever confirmed. Whether she perished in the fire or escaped remains one of history's unsolved mysteries. What is certain is that Bell Gunness ended numerous lives for financial gain over more than 2 decades. She lured vulnerable immigrant men with promises of love and partnership, exploited their dreams of security and companionship, then took their savings and their lives. Her farm became a graveyard for people who had simply wanted to find happiness, and instead found a predator who saw them as nothing more than sources of money. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who wore a uniform, saluted his superiors, and lived inside the rigid structure of military life. A man whose neighbors saw him as disciplined and reserved, and whose colleagues described him as quiet but capable. His name was Timothy McVeigh, and before the world knew his name, he was simply another veteran trying to find direction after service. He had grown up in New York, experienced a relatively ordinary childhood, and enlisted in the United States Army as a young man seeking purpose. In the military, he performed well, earning recognition for his skills during the Gulf War. He valued order, strength, and structure. He believed deeply in personal independence and distrust of authority. Over time, however, those beliefs intensified into something more rigid and isolating. After leaving the Army, he struggled to redefine himself. He felt disconnected from the systems he had once served. He began consuming extremist literature, attending gun shows, and forming relationships with individuals who shared his growing hostility toward the federal government. His worldview narrowed. His anger became focused. His sense of grievance hardened into ideology. The early 1990s were marked by events that deeply affected McVeigh's thinking. The Ruby Ridge standoff in 1992 and the siege in Waco, Texas, in 1993 reinforced his belief that the federal government had become oppressive and dangerous. He interpreted these events not as isolated conflicts, but as evidence of systemic tyranny. He began to see himself as someone who needed to respond, someone who believed action was necessary to send a message. These ideas did not emerge suddenly. They developed gradually, reinforced by conversations, reading material, and isolation from perspectives that challenged him. He traveled extensively across the United States, selling firearms-related merchandise at gun shows. During these travels, he connected with Terry Nichols, a former Army acquaintance who shared many of his views. Their discussions grew increasingly radical. What began as political frustration slowly transformed into planning. McVeigh believed that a dramatic act would awaken others to what he saw as government overreach. He did not view himself as irrational. He believed he was acting strategically. He studied past incidents. He researched methods. He examined security vulnerabilities. He chose April 19th, 1995, deliberately, selecting the second anniversary of the Waco siege's conclusion. The target he chose was the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a multi-story structure that housed federal offices and a daycare center. It was a functioning government building filled daily with employees, visitors, and children. To McVeigh, it symbolized federal authority. To everyone else, it was simply a workplace. In the months leading up to the attack, McVeigh and Nichols acquired materials gradually to avoid drawing attention. They purchased fertilizer containing ammonium nitrate. They gathered fuel and other components. They assembled a massive explosive device inside a rented Ryder truck. The construction process required patience, planning, and coordination. They avoided large single purchases, choosing instead to acquire materials in smaller amounts. McVeigh rented the truck under an alias. He drove it toward Oklahoma City in the early hours of April 19th, parking it directly in front of the Murrah building. At 9:02 a.m., the bomb detonated. The explosion was catastrophic. The front portion of the building collapsed instantly. Floors pancaked downward. Glass shattered across blocks. Nearby structures were damaged. Smoke filled the air. Sirens began almost immediately. First responders rushed toward the destruction, navigating debris and instability to search for survivors. The daycare center inside the building had been directly above the blast zone. Rescue workers faced scenes of devastation that would remain with them for the rest of their lives. In total, 168 people were killed, including 19 children. Hundreds more were injured. The scale of the attack shocked the nation. It was at that time the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in United States history. McVeigh did not flee far. Approximately 90 minutes after the explosion, he was stopped by an Oklahoma State trooper for driving without a license plate. The traffic stop appeared routine. The trooper approached the vehicle and noticed a concealed handgun. McVeigh was arrested for weapons violations and taken into custody, initially unrelated to the bombing. At that moment, authorities had not yet connected him to the explosion. However, as investigators processed evidence at the blast site, they recovered a critical clue: a vehicle axle containing a partial identification number that survived the explosion. Through manufacturer records, they traced the component to a Ryder truck rental. Rental records led them to the alias used by McVeigh. Witnesses from the rental location provided a description. A composite sketch was created. When authorities compared the sketch to the man already in custody from the traffic stop, the connection became clear. The investigation expanded rapidly. Terry Nichols was identified and later surrendered to authorities. Additional individuals were questioned. Investigators executed search warrants, examined financial transactions, and reconstructed the timeline of purchases and movements leading up to April 19th. Evidence included fertilizer receipts, fuel purchases, rental agreements, and witness testimony from individuals who had interacted with McVeigh and Nichols. Each piece reinforced the same narrative. The bombing was deliberate, ideologically motivated, and carefully planned. During trial, prosecutors presented extensive forensic and documentary evidence. They demonstrated how the bomb was constructed, how the materials were obtained, and how McVeigh's actions aligned precisely with the explosion's timing. They presented witness testimony linking him to the rented truck. They introduced statements he had made expressing extremist beliefs and anger toward the government. The defense did not deny his involvement, but sought to contextualize his actions within his ideological framework. The courtroom became a place where motive, ideology, and responsibility were examined in detail. In 1997, Timothy McVeigh was convicted on multiple counts, including conspiracy and murder. He was sentenced to death. Terry Nichols received multiple life sentences without parole. The case forced the United States to confront the reality of domestic extremism carried out not by foreign actors, but by an American citizen shaped by grievance and radicalization. It led to changes in federal building security, expanded counterterrorism strategies, and deeper examination of extremist movements within the country. On June 11, 2001, Timothy McVeigh was executed by lethal injection. His death concluded the legal chapter of the case, but the impact of his actions continues to be remembered each year at the Oklahoma City National Memorial, where the names of the 168 victims are engraved in stone. The story remains a sobering reminder of how ideological extremism, when reinforced by isolation and grievance, can evolve into catastrophic violence. It also demonstrates how careful forensic investigation, rapid interagency cooperation, and even a routine traffic stop can unravel a crime that once seemed unimaginable in its scale. Next story.
I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted completely, a man whose job placed him inside homes, inside private spaces, inside lives that believed they were safe. This is a true crime story about control, deception, and how violence can hide behind politeness for years before finally being exposed. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, a man named Stephen McDaniel lived in Gainesville, Florida. He was intelligent, socially awkward, and often overlooked. He studied law, struggled to maintain relationships, and lived a life that appeared small and isolated. People described him as odd but harmless, quiet but unremarkable. He was not someone who demanded attention. He lingered on the edges of conversations, watching more than participating. Stephen lived in an apartment complex near a young woman named Lauren Giddings. Lauren was everything Stephen was not. She was confident, social, and well-liked. She was also a law student, ambitious and disciplined, with a close circle of friends and a clear sense of direction. She had plans. She talked about her future. She spoke openly about her goals and the life she wanted to build. People trusted her judgment. People felt safe around her. Stephen and Lauren knew each other casually. They shared common spaces. They exchanged brief conversations. There was no relationship, no intimacy, no indication that Lauren saw Stephen as anything more than a familiar face in her environment. But Stephen was watching. He noticed her routines. When she left, when she returned, who visited her apartment. He paid attention to details that meant nothing to anyone else. Over time, his interest shifted into fixation. Not romantic longing, but ownership. Control. The belief that he deserved access to her simply because she existed near him. In June 2011, Lauren disappeared. At first, it did not seem immediately alarming. She was an adult. She lived independently. But within days, concern grew. She missed scheduled events. She failed to respond to messages. Her car was still parked outside her apartment. Her phone went unanswered. Friends entered her apartment and found nothing disturbed, except for one chilling detail. Her bathroom vent cover was missing. As concern escalated, police became involved. Missing person flyers were distributed. Searches began. The case gained attention within the community, particularly because Lauren was a law student with strong connections and a stable life. She was not someone who would simply walk away. Stephen McDaniel inserted himself into the search. He spoke to reporters. He offered insights. He appeared concerned. He described Lauren as a friend. His demeanor was strange, but not immediately incriminating. He spoke slowly, awkwardly, sometimes smiling at inappropriate moments. Some viewers felt unsettled by him, but discomfort alone is not evidence. Behind the scenes, investigators began examining security footage, phone records, and apartment layouts. And then they noticed something horrifying. Stephen's apartment shared a wall with Lauren's. The missing vent cover connected the two apartments through a crawl space. When police searched Stephen's apartment, they discovered disturbing items, tools, evidence of forced access, signs that he had entered Lauren's apartment without her knowledge. Under further questioning, his composure began to crack. When confronted with specific evidence, Stephen confessed. He admitted that he had entered Lauren's apartment through the vent system. He admitted to stalking her. He admitted to killing her. He described the act with chilling detachment, focusing not on emotion but on process. After murdering her, he dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations around the area. The search expanded. Over the following days, investigators recovered Lauren's remains from wooded areas and trash sites. Each discovery confirmed the confession. The calm, polite man who had spoken to reporters was revealed to be someone capable of extraordinary violence, hidden beneath years of silence and resentment. At trial, Stephen McDaniel showed little emotion. He did not cry. He did not plead. He did not attempt to explain himself in human terms. His statements focused on facts, actions, and sequences, as if recounting a project rather than a life taken. In 2014, Stephen McDaniel was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Lauren Giddings' death devastated her family and community, not only because of the loss, but because of how close the danger had been. The man who killed her was not a stranger in a dark alley. He was a neighbor, a familiar face, someone trusted by proximity alone. This story stays with people because it strips away the illusion of distance. It reminds us that some crimes are not loud.
They do not announce themselves.
They sit quietly behind walls, waiting for routines to become predictable, for trust to become invisible, for time to pass unnoticed. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing is not how a crime happens, but how long it can exist unseen.
Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a newlywed couple on their honeymoon cruise, about a bride who mysteriously disappeared from the ship in the middle of the night, and about how a case that seemed like a tragic accident revealed troubling questions that remain unanswered nearly 20 years later. In July 2005, 26-year-old George Smith IV and his 25-year-old wife Jennifer Hagel Smith were on their honeymoon aboard a Royal Caribbean cruise ship traveling through the Mediterranean. The couple from Connecticut had been married just 12 days and were celebrating with family and friends on what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. On the night of July 4th, 2005, George and Jennifer spent the evening drinking and partying at the ship's casino and bars. Security footage showed them returning to their cabin around 4 in the morning, with George appearing extremely intoxicated and needing help walking. Several young men who had been hanging out with the couple helped George back to his room. The next morning, passengers and crew noticed a large bloodstain on the overhang below George and Jennifer's cabin balcony. The stain was visible from the side of the ship and was clearly blood. When crew members went to check on the Smiths, they found George Smith missing and Jennifer asleep in the cabin. Jennifer said she didn't remember much from the night before because she had been so intoxicated. George Smith was never found. Despite extensive searches of the ship and the water, his body was never recovered. The blood on the overhang and the evidence in the cabin suggested that George had gone over the balcony of his own cabin, falling into the sea. But the question was whether he had fallen accidentally, jumped, or been pushed. The investigation quickly became complicated. The ship was in international waters when George disappeared, creating jurisdictional issues about who should investigate. The FBI eventually took over the case because the Smiths were American citizens on an American registered cruise line. By the time investigators could properly examine the crime scene, the cabin had been cleaned and potential evidence had been lost. For young men who had been partying with George and Jennifer that night became persons of interest. These men, who were in their early 20s and from California, had been seen on security cameras helping George back to his room. They were among the last people known to have seen George alive. Their stories about what happened that night had inconsistencies and changed over time. One of the young men initially told investigators that after helping George to his cabin, he and the others had left and gone to their own rooms. But other passengers reported hearing loud voices and sounds of furniture being moved coming from the Smith cabin in the hours before George disappeared. Some passengers reported hearing a loud thud that could have been a body hitting the overhang. The investigation revealed that George had withdrawn a significant amount of money from the ship's casino ATM that night. The money was never found in the cabin or anywhere else. This raised questions about whether robbery might have been a motive if George had been attacked. The young men who had been with George denied taking any money. Forensic analysis of the cabin found George's blood in multiple locations, including on the sheets and on the balcony. The blood spatter patterns suggested there had been some kind of violent incident. However, it was also possible that an extremely intoxicated George had injured himself accidentally before going over the balcony. Jennifer told investigators that her memory of the night was fragmented due to how much she had drunk. She remembered being at the casino and bars, but didn't have clear memories of returning to the cabin. She woke up the next morning with no memory of George disappearing and was shocked to learn he was missing. The FBI investigated for years, but never filed criminal charges against anyone. The evidence was circumstantial, and there were too many unanswered questions. Without George's body, it was difficult to determine definitively whether his death was an accident, suicide, or homicide. The international nature of the case and the delay in proper investigation made building a prosecutable case nearly impossible. George's family hired private investigators and pushed for answers. They believed that George had been attacked and thrown overboard, possibly during a robbery. They felt the cruise line had not done enough to secure the crime scene or investigate promptly. They also believed that the young men who had been with George knew more than they were saying. The cruise line faced criticism for how the situation was handled. The cabin was cleaned before it could be properly processed as a crime scene. Passengers who might have been witnesses were allowed to disembark without being thoroughly interviewed. These mistakes potentially destroyed evidence and hampered the investigation. The case brought attention to the issue of crimes on cruise ships and the challenges of investigating them. Because ships travel through international waters, jurisdiction can be unclear. Cruise lines are private companies that may not have the training or resources to properly handle serious crimes. The incident led to calls for better regulations and oversight of the cruise industry. In 2013, one of the young men who had been with George that night, Rusty Kaufman, pleaded guilty to obstruction of justice in an unrelated case. He admitted to lying to FBI agents, though his lies were not specifically about George Smith's death. The plea raised more questions about what the young men might have been hiding. To this day, no one has been charged with any crime related to George Smith's disappearance and presumed death. The case remains technically open, but no new leads have emerged in years. The FBI has stated they investigated thoroughly, but did not have sufficient evidence to bring charges against anyone. Jennifer Hagel Smith has had to live with the trauma of losing her husband on their honeymoon under mysterious circumstances. She has remarried and tried to move on with her life, but the questions about what happened that night have never been fully answered. She has said she wishes she could remember more about their final night together. George Smith, 4, was a young man who should have been starting his life with his new wife. Instead, he disappeared from a cruise ship in the middle of the night, leaving behind devastated family and friends and a mystery that may never be solved. Whether he accidentally fell, jumped, or was pushed overboard, George's death remains one of the most well-known unsolved cases involving cruise ships. His family continues to seek justice and answers, hoping that someday someone will come forward with information about what really happened that night. The case serves as a tragic reminder of the vulnerabilities that exist when traveling, the importance of moderation with alcohol, and the challenges of investigating crimes that occur in international waters where jurisdiction and evidence collection can be complicated.